we go. Good morning, friends. Happy Sunday. I hope everybody's doing well. Yes, release the Quackens. Ooh, and new Carby with some fun new highlights. Excellent. Ugh. Welcome in, welcome in. Good morning, Kits. Good morning, Dobby. Good morning, Kitty. Good morning, Kara. Hello. Things as I work. Cool. All right. Hello. Welcome back to Sunday. It just keeps happening again and again and again. And here we are. So we are going to continue working on this blanket. Oh boy. Craft along application should be happening soon, so that's exciting. As you can see, the Digivice is actually coming along very well. We've got a button. We've got egg. The beginnings of egg. Well, about half of egg, honestly. Yeah. The Desert Bus Prize Mistress posted a thing that very strongly hints that craft along applications are opening tomorrow, which is both exciting and mildly terrifying. But I think I'm actually in a fairly good place. This is where we are right now. We've got actually most of the Crest of Reliability. Crest of Kindness is done. Yeah, I'm just about halfway done with the blanket. So I think I'm actually in a fairly good place. I shouldn't, assuming it gets accepted, which it might not, which is fine. But if it gets accepted, I should, as long as I keep working steadily on it, I should be fine. Because as I keep saying, the most complicated bit is the bit I'm doing now. Like, this Digivice is the most complicated part. So once the Digivice is done, it gets significantly simpler to finish the top third or so of it. So as long as we just keep working away at it, I should be in really good shape. So yeah, exciting. It's time just keeps on timing for some reason. Yeah, we'll keep working on this today and probably for streams for quite a while till it's done. Yeah, exciting time. Time marcheth forward at a reasonably fast rate. It's true. It just keeps getting faster. Yes, absolutely, Dobby. Do so and let the DB folks decide. That has usually been my my philosophy. Because they've usually got a pretty good handle on what would make a good prize and what wouldn't, or what would make a good prize but maybe not at this time. So yeah, let them. And remember, even if Desert Bus doesn't accept it, Child's Play itself also has a charity dinner with an auction and things and accept prizes for it. So that might be an option. I think Games Done Quick and some of the other nerdy charity auction or nerdy charity things also take crafted donations for charity. So that's also an option. Oh, that you have less doubts on. It's more of getting it done. That's fair. Oh, you have. Oh, I see. I see. You have less doubts about your ability to deliver on time. Excellent. Yeah, that's their job, is to take a look at the entire breadth of the applications and then decide what the prize spectrum is going to look like for this year. So yeah, I would absolutely encourage you to apply. If it gets in, huzzah. If it doesn't, that's okay. The prize spectrum is the second queerest spectrum. Yeah, that sounds about right. My pattern. But yeah, you're not the only one, Dobby. I know Kara has also been debating whether or not to actually apply because she's not as far along in her planned project as she wanted to be. That might end up getting pushed to next year. Ah, yes. After imposter syndrome. Once again, I encourage you just to at least send it in and apply and let the expert craft panel decide. Lord knows all of my work has had stuff in it that I'm not happy with. Particularly like when I was doing the resin charms, none of them were perfect, and some of them I was very not happy with. But the people that have received them have seemed to love them, so... And they raised a bunch of money for charity, which is the real important part. I wonder if the person that got my Minecraft scarf last year has found the Serge Jaeger memorial stitch. Which I didn't do on purpose, but I was too lazy to go back and fix, because by the time I noticed it, I was like 3 rows away, and I was like, I'm not frogging this much to fix one stitch. So for the Minecraft blanket, I was using this same stitch. And so each of these little blocks is formed by 2 double crochet. And on the Minecraft scarf, there's one of them that only has 1 double crochet. Because I guess I wasn't paying enough attention and just moved on. And I didn't notice until like I was 3 rows up. And I was like, I'm not going back. This one's just gonna be a little bit skinny. So yeah, there is 1 stitch of that Minecraft scarf that is off by 1. And luckily, because of the way these stitches are formed, it didn't affect the rest of the blanket. Like, the following rows were still the proper number of stitches. It's just that one block that's a little bit skinnier than it should be. So I'm just gonna call it the Serge Jaeger memorial stitch and move on. It's a feature. It wasn't a mistake, it was a feature. Alright, there we go. That's another row down. Mark it off here. And now we flip the monster. Oh boy. Alright. Gonna be smart with this. Than trying to hold on to the loop. Okay, now let's start. How do you know that your blanket is getting large? Okay, come on. When flipping it is the most annoying part. Okay, which way am I flipping it? Which way do I flip it? Okay, no. Oh god. Come on. That. And strand. God. What are you doing? That yarn is there. Yarn. God. are you? There we go. All right, all right, all right, all right. I think we're good. Oh, except for these. Okay. Underneath there. Okay, there we go. Ugh. All right. Perfect. Where'd the ball of yarn go? There you are. God, come on. Okay, here we go. I'm almost out of this ball of yarn. Clearly. You here for now. Okay. Fine. Totally fine and normal blanket problems. Back we go. Yarn ball. I know. Almost am going to tangle in on your. I'm debating if I want to try to actually ball next kind of this. Maybe I do. It'll be a pain. It'll be slightly easier in the long run. Yarn is fairly
No coffee delivery.
There's coffee on your shirt.
I'm aware. I'm aware, Kupo.
Good morning. What was I? Oh yeah, this rainbow yarn is a wool blend, so it's fairly sticky in the sense that it wants to cling to itself a lot more than the acrylic yarn does. So I'm debating whether or not balling it is going to be more trouble than it's worth. Don't know. Maybe I try to ball this next one and see how it goes, and then if not, I don't ball the rest of them. It's probably the way to go. At least you guys will get to see my super complicated method of balling yarn. Is take yarn, become ball. Hello, yarn. Vacuuming! Excellent. Congratulations on your clean floors, Kitay. How go the board games? I know you're doing your custom board game arena thing for the Archipelago Async. How goes? Wouldn't yet use the word clean. Okay, fair enough. You're less dusty floors. Congrats on your less dusty floors. One more. I was debating joining this async, but like, I have too much other stuff I need to be doing now. I could find a way to like Archipelago Crochet or the quilts that I need to finish. That would be fun. Gamify working on my work in progress projects. That's definitely what I need, right? I mean, it might actually honestly help. I don't know how I would do it, but it might actually help. You haven't yet unlocked cards, so your game options are limited. That's fair. If you ever need somebody to jump in games with you, let me know. I'm happy to help out if I can or if I'm available. Great that it tells you the mon types with colors, but the type table is also customized, so that doesn't help much. Good lord, Kite. I'm not gonna lie, that run of Crystal sounds like a nightmare. I have too much. I think we've had this discussion before. I have too much muscle memory with Pokemon. Some things are too ingrained, and trying to randomize them just makes me anxious. Some things it's fine, like randomizing abilities, randomizing movesets, that's fine. But like, trying to randomize types just frustrates me because I'm so used to the vanilla way. I could maybe get away with randomizing Pokemon stats. I've never actually tried that, and that might be fun. But I did the one run of randomizing types, and that was enough. I'm good, thank you. A 100% accurate dark type horn drill. Good grief. Only psychic type Pokemon are safe, is what I'm hearing. Or no, sorry. No, nothing is safe. Psychic type Pokemon especially are not safe. I was thinking the other way around. It was psychic type horn drill, only dark Pokemon safe, but no. I mean, at least you have that as a fallback in all of the other randomized chaos you have created for yourself. And at least rip through battles easily. Theoretically, because I'm assuming that PP is still a limiter. Oh, on paper nothing is safe, except the type chart is also shuffled, so big confuse emoji. Oh god. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. I would not find that fun, but I hope you are enjoying it. Sort of. I hope you are at least able to get through it with your sanity mostly intact. So, I have seen like what you were mentioning, Dobby, with the like the custom IRL archipelago things. So like, for instance, if I wanted to make my check one row of crochet, then for instance, Kite would find, oh hey SJ, I found your one row of crochet, and I would go do one row of crochet, and then would that be a check for somebody else? Or would I also have to build in things like say 100 stitches is a check? So as I'm doing my row, okay, I've hit 100 stitches. And then I guess there would be something built into the client where I like go and like hit a button of like, yes, I've made a check, and then it would release whatever that check is to somebody else. Okay, hang on, I need to actually pay attention. The dark teal goes until here, so one more. Up the gray. Probably not a good moment to be talking about archipelago because I'm having to pay attention to my color. That's fine. I can multitask, I'm fine. Dark teal drops there. If you want to try to decipher your notes, Horn Drill gets a lot of notes. By all means, Dobby, go ahead. I'll read it once I'm in a place. I think I'm good. so the medium teal, gray, both go all the way over there. Okay, yes, we're good. I know what I'm doing here. For the most part, as much as I ever do. The other problem with doing like a custom IRL thing is that I'd have to figure out how to make an app world for it, and I do not have those skills. I don't even close to have those skills. If I was going to be doing it with like as part of a multi-world. Because theoretically it would need to connect somehow to the archipelago so that it would know, so that the logic would know, okay, here's what's locked behind 100 stitches, here's what's locked behind 200 stitches, kind of thing. There would have to be some way to connect it to everything else. I don't think I have... Oh, something Kite or Dobby could help with? I do appreciate that. Okay, that makes sense. There's a manual for reading books which works on the 1 in equals 1 out principle. It'll find you chapters to read, and then when you've read the chapter, you boop a button to tell the manual that you've done this, and then it sends it out. That makes sense. The other problem I foresee doing this with something like Crochet or like some other crafting work in progress is I would have to either well, I mean, I guess I wouldn't have to commit to finishing the project. I would just have to sort of sit down and figure out, okay, what do I want my goal to be? How many rows do I want to finish in X amount of time? What's a reasonable number for me to do? Whether it's, 25 rows or whatever. It also makes for a very low check thing, but in combination with something else, like maybe another game or something, it could be fun. An idea to have for the future. Good morning, Yell. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the resubscription. But yes, sleepy Karamoogle noise. An amount of attention. Yellow, or so white, I need. Okay, so white goes there. So much yarn in this middle section. Wonder if you can convert a pattern to a slightly more complex world where different colors have to be unlocked to complete rows. Oh, that would be interesting too. Depending on what pattern you were trying to follow. Because not every pattern would be multicolored. That could be interesting for something like quilting. Unlock my different hexagons. It would be... Ooh, that could be fun where... What if the archipelago determined the pattern? So like, I have all of my hexagons, like, have all of the fabric pre-cut. I know what all of my different fabrics are. All of the different fabrics are in the randomizer. And then, but I don't know, like, where, like, I don't have a set pattern of, like, what colors are going to be what next to what other colors. It's just, okay, whatever gets unlocked first in the randomizer, that's my first hexagon. Whatever gets unlocked next in the randomizer, that's the next hexagon, and kind of let the order of the archipelago determine, like, the pattern of the blanket. That could be kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm considering attempting because Archipelago Randomizer is a thing you do, if you're not aware, is a thing that you do with video games where you can basically randomize not only your video game but then scatter the items across multiple other games that other people are playing. So, for instance, if Kite catches a Pokemon in Pokemon Crystal, it might be that might be the thing that releases Kara's sword in Legend of Zelda. And then if Kara uses that sword and goes to kill a boss in Legend of Zelda, that might unlock a bunch of Geo for Dobby in Hollow Knight, that kind of thing. And I'm contemplating if I can do a sort of manual IRL version of that for crafting. So, like, Dobby beats a boss in Hollow Knight, and that unlocks a thing that tells me, okay, you can go do a row of crochet. So I go do a row of crochet, and then that is what unlocks, like, the sword for Legend of Zelda. But, like, I wouldn't get to choose. Like, what it unlocks is determined by the game software when it randomizes everything so that everything makes sense and has logic. So it would be determined by the Archipelago software, which I think is really interesting. It does sound scary, but it means that it would gamify my crafting, which might actually help me work on things. Giant question mark. Was white, right? Moogle has earned her lazy day. You have worked hard. I thought you were going to backstitch today. But yes, you did work very hard yesterday. It's my turn this afternoon. The only thing I will ask Kara is if you could try to make sure that the counter is clear and everything, so that once I'm done stream I can start baking. I dropped all here. A very good friend of ours, I think I've mentioned before, a very good friend of ours is very pregnant with her first child. And so Kara made a bunch of food to freeze for them so that they won't have to think about what to eat. She made a bunch of sweet and sour pork, made a big batch of beef stew, made a bunch of spaghetti sauce. That's all gonna get frozen and given over to them. And then I'm going to be baking things for them. I'm gonna bake a big batch of oatmeal chocolate chip cookies. Because oatmeal is supposed to be very good if you're nursing, which she will be. And then I'm gonna make a bunch of muffins for them too. And it's very funny. So Mama is very, very into Final Fantasy XIV. And baby is due on patch day next week. So we've all been joking, or she's been joking a lot of like, oh, I'm gonna end up reading patch notes in the hospital if he's on time. And I had the thought the other day that it would actually be much funnier, and I called it. I messaged her and I was like, hey, I'm calling it now. It's not going to be patch day. You're going to go into labor during the keynote address on Friday. And she was like, oh, fuck, you're probably right. Because apparently she had a dream that the baby was born next Saturday. And she had another friend that had a dream that the baby was born on Friday. And then I was like, I bet the baby's going to be born on Friday because it would be really funny. So, I don't know. We'll see. It would be really funny. Please gamify working on the same object to completion. Well, yeah, theoretically, that's what the archipelago would do. Is it would in fact incentivize you to keep working on the same thing until completion. Theoretically. Yeah, patch day is next Tuesday, the 28th, I think. Not like this coming Tuesday, but the following Tuesday after that. Yeah, labor is the worst patch day queue. Exactly. Oh no. Dropped that. I did. That's fine. Only a couple. I don't need to drop that one yet. Yes, the Tuesday after FanFest. FanFest is this coming weekend, and then patch day is the following Tuesday. And yes, it's 7.5, so it is a raid patch. It's the N raids are now complete. It is the final A raid, as well as a big chunk of MSQ, or Hildebrand, a bunch of other stuff. Sorry guys, can't dungeon until I finish recruiting this new FC member. Oh my god. Y'all, can I tell her that? That's hilarious. She'd love that. That's so funny. Yeah, A-Raid stuff in the teaser for the next X-Pack. And then also, like, FanFest this weekend is going to be the big reveal for the next... Well, not the big reveal, but, like, we're gonna be learning a bunch of stuff about the next X-Pack at FanFest this weekend. So, exciting times. Also, so many other games to play. Yeah, that's always the problem. That's eternally the problem. Like, yeah. Oh. I did intend to stream more Infinite Fusions this week, and then stuff happened. Hopefully this week. It's like, again, yeah, there's so many games I want to play. There just isn't enough time. Or energy. Mostly the energy, honestly. I've kind of been wanting to play some Dungeon Crawler on stream, which is a really fun roguelite that has crane game mechanics that's actually really fun. I've been wanting to play some Autenjo, which is basically Balatro but Mahjong. That I have a lot of fun with. Kara and I, thanks to some help from our Discord and my stubbornness about not joining the Archipelago Discord, which honestly I probably should do, but in too many Discords already that I don't pay attention to. It's really annoying. Okay, this is my old lady yells at cloud thing. My old lady yells at cloud thing is I'm really annoyed by the trend of everything getting centralized to Discords instead of web pages. Because I don't want to have to join another Discord just to get information on something that could very easily have been on a website. Like, it kind of pisses me off. But it is what it is. So at some point I might have to join the Archipelago Discord just for informational purposes. Because Kara and I are hoping to set up a randomizer between the two of us for Stardew Valley and Secret of Mana. play together, which could be really fun to stream. The issue is that doing a Discord is easy. It's true. I miss forums and basic FAQs. Me too. Join, instantly mute, use it for search. Yeah, that's basically my plan. I have seen Raccoon. I have not yet played it. Yeah, I have not played it. It is on my wish list. It looks very intriguing and very much like it's exactly my thing. So I may end up, I don't know, at some point if I pick that up and find it fun, maybe I'll play that on stream a bit too. But yes, and I also have my Oops All Unknown run that I want to keep working on, get through that. Because that is very fun. Like I said, too many things to play, not enough energy. But yes, thanks very much to Weagle and Silverfish in Julie's Discord for helping me figure out how to set up the freaking Secret of Mana. Archipelago. Because it's non-standard and annoying. Okay, so I'm almost out of this yarn. This is it. So, you slightly stay. Come here. I have new yarn. Debating if I want to ball it or not. I think I'll ball this one, and then if I decide it's a pain in the ass, I won't ball the rest of it, because I have like 15 skeins of this. Well, like 12 skeins now. I've gotten through a couple of them. Weagle is very cool. I've known Weagle for a while. As Weagle was one of me and Kara's FF14 senpai, back when he was still extremely active in FF14. Weagle is a great person. Okay. Alright, time to find... More Stardew to play. Hades 2 grabbed your attention again. Graveyard Keeper, Transport Fever 2 are also still in your active backlog. Yep. So many things I want to play. We're currently doing relaxing things in FF14 and otherwise working on Minecraft. Excellent. There are also so many books and crafts. Also that. I've been mostly, like, I spent most of yesterday while Kara was cooking, mildly poisoned, but that's fine, don't even worry about it. But I spent the day fishing and grinding fates. Because my two sort of big long-term goals in FF14, currently, God. I can already feel its self. Not. So to be honest, those are good reasons to not pick FF14 back up again, because then they just suck up all your time again because you'd want to do so many things. It's, yeah, that is true. That is valid. My current sort of long-term goals in FF14 are I really, 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 really want the new bicolor gemstone mount that they introduced for Dawn Trail, which is a flying squirrel. It's amazing. I want it so bad. It requires 50,000 gems. I'm working my way toward it. I'm about 30% of the way there. So anytime I want to just kind of chill and vibe, I'm usually grinding fates. And then my other sort of long-term goal is that there is a minion that comes from a million cumulative points for ocean fishing that I really want. And I actually just last night hit the halfway mark on that one. I am at 500,000 ocean fishing points. So sooner or later, that stupid fish will be mine. Fish boat, fish boat, fish boat. Exactly. I'm thinking this might be more trouble than it's worth. But, because if I can get through all of the annoying snags and pulls while balling, that means I won't have to while crocheting. My one annoyance with wool yarn. Clings to itself like nobody's business. Fun. Yeah, I see you there. That's why I deliberately did not trim my nails before stream this morning. Might be the rest of the stream. I don't know. Ah! Don't come back, scissors. Want to play more Stardew, but you don't want to burn out on it restreaming? That's fair. You're only doing that weekly. Calling ties as wins. Fair. Seems correct, especially in 2P games. Enjoy the visuals of me flailing at yarn confetti. Has it started kits, or does it not start until FanFest? Or do they usually show up ahead of time? Oh boy. Watch my extremely sophisticated method of hauling yarn. Yeah. But now. Oh well. It does help to keep hold of the yarn. taken care of while balling, it'll make the actual process of crocheting there, but but surely. We'll get back to the crochet. Some of you might be wondering, hey, if she prefers her yarn in balls as opposed to skeins, why not use a mechanical ball winder? And my answer to that is I don't really consider what a mechanical ball winder produces to be a ball. They produce a cake, which is still more organized than a skein, absolutely. But I actually tend to prefer it in this form, where it's just a solid round thing that can spin as you pull it. Yarn cake, it's true, yarn cake is delicious. You have quite a few of those hanging around. It might be more time consuming and labor intensive, but it is my preferred method. Very satisfying as well. There will also be some relaxation from winding, it's true. We're about, feels like about half. Also a reminder, if you're in a time zone where you need to start thinking about food, please consider eating a thing. Also, this yarn is nice and soft, so the winding is not a chore. Sometimes, if it's a rougher yarn, my finger here, I'll have to either put on a band-aid or just suffer, as the yarn pulling through will start to chafe after a while, but this is a very soft yarn. So, I'm not... That's more of a problem if I'm winding like multiple balls in a row, too. Yeah, yarn burns. Exactly. Chafing. Very easy to fix, though. And like I said, I'm not having any issue with particular yarn, so... Or I should say very easy to prevent. Issue. There, almost done. Well, sort of almost done. About, yeah, about 3/4 done. Gauge of yarn ball where it's big enough I'm having to onto it at certain angles. that are most annoying. Very end. Good morning, Kuma. No, nobody's awake here. It's fine. Grab a coffee and settle in. Together. As usual. But well. Balling up this of yarn. realize you can't make pasta bake. You were make today bacon bits. No. Can you cook from frozen or defrost in microwave? I know it's not ideal. Then at least you still have pasta bake. Ooh, defrost under running water is also a good option. Yeah, if it's bacon, should be okay to cook from frozen. You might just need to cook them a little bit of extra time, or yeah, microwave them ahead. But like, bacon is bacon. It should be fine. Oh boy. Come on. So close. With me here, yarn. done. All right. That goes in the box. You come back onto our lap. Hear you. Perfect. All right, detour accomplished. Get to the break. I have to join the well. before you cook fish boat. Yes. Fish boat, fish boat. Boat those fish. Right. Oh. Try some. My camera first. It up. This. I'll flip it. Okay, that does make it a bit easier. Flip it like that. Okay, yes, that is easier. Alright. Alright, but I'm gonna go run and take my break. Everybody get up, stretch, move around, grab refills on your drinks if you need to. All of the usual good stuff, but don't go too far away. I'll be back in just a couple minutes with more of this. I'll be right back. All right. Or Kara is being harassed by Sasha because Sasha very much wants her lunch, which is ham. Yeah. Sorry. Sasha does love ham. All right. Let's see. Now we have the super easy job. Crochet boxes way over to Jiva. I also had the thought of every crochet is an archipelago because every time I finish a row, it unlocks the check for me to do the next row. It is very funny to me. That's true. That's not randomized because in that way, every game is an archipelago. That's a good point, Dobby. Me archipelagoing my 20 work in progresses together. Oh, well, gotta go work on this cardigan. I've unlocked the next row for it. Oh, well, okay, back to this blanket. Okay, well, this is a scarf I haven't touched in 4 years, but let's see if it has an important check in it. Yeah, that's the idea, Kuma. We were discussing it earlier, that each row completed would be a check. gamify me to make me work on things. Each completed row could be a check, or my other thought was that for something like a scarf or something like a cardigan where there aren't standard rows, you could do it like number of stitches. So like every 150 or 200 rows or stitches, the check. Not all checks need to be of the same size. That's true. Even then you could do rows. I was just thinking of something like a scarf where the rows are really, really short. Because then you might have to do either every 3 or 5 rows or X number of stitches. Because like a scarf row, I can finish in 10 seconds. That would be kind of neat though, because then you would have a lot more checks. You would have several hundred checks as opposed to... So, like, realistically, if I was going to be doing, like, this blanket for an archipelago, I would probably set my goal to, like, 20 or 25. Because I feel like that's the number of rows I could realistically do in a week or two for an async. But with something like a scarf where the rows are super short, you could more conceivably have a couple hundred checks in the middle. And they'd be really easy to knock out. I get home from work and just be like, oh, well, okay, cool. I have 30 rows unlocked. Let me just bang out those 30 checks. It'd be a lot of fun. Might be a little bit more satisfying too than doing a big blanket and only having, 25 checks. Having many checks shouldn't be the goal, especially in a one in, one out setup. Yeah. But I personally, part of the draw of Archipelago for me is I like the dopamine hit of doing a check and being like, oh yeah, what did I find? How am I helping other people? That's part of why I like doing Pokemon games for Archipelagos, especially like Emerald with Trainer Sanity on, because then that's a lot of checks. And it's just like bang, 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 bang. I find that really satisfying. Fair, many checks equals much filler. That's true. That is also true. Did something weird with that stitch. Don't know what it was. Oh, right. I forgot that that was a setting that you could actually do. You only have 25 or so checks. You could probably persuade the host to let you set them as priority locations, which means that while it's only 25 things you sent, those will be 25 important things. Neat. Yeah, that's true. I should probably figure out how to do that. How to set priority locations. I think it's just setting in the YAML. As one of the things that I was looking at with like me and Kara wanting to do a Stardew and Secret of Mana randomizer is that it would be fairly unbalanced in the sense that Stardew has like literally hundreds of checks and Secret of Mana has like 80 something, I think. 80 or 90. So it might be worth it to set up some of the Secret of Mana checks as priority locations, just to ensure that, you know, there is actually good stuff that's in there. And it's not just, oh, well, here's more lumber for Stardew kind of thing. Problem is I don't know enough about Secret of Mana to know what the check locations are called, so I'm gonna have to do a bit of research on that. If there's a way to restrict. I could, yeah, because so there is definitely a setting where I can set up that certain items have to be in one game or the other, so I could set it up so that all of the filler items have to be in Stardew Valley. That might be a little bit easier too. that, and actually it might be easier to set it, because again, there's a setting in the Stardew YAML, at least there's a section where you can list off, like, you know, force these items to be in the native world, force these items to not be in the native world. And with us only having 2 games, I could set important things in Stardew to force them not to be in Stardew, which would then force them to be in Mana. So that might be the easier way to deal with it. I'll go through Stardew and be like, okay, what things do I want to make sure I'm locked behind until Kara sends them to me? And then force those things to be in the Secret of Mana world. Could do that pretty easily. And I'm familiar enough with Stardew that I could do it that way without having to do a ton of research into Secret of Mana. Oh, I could be really mean to myself. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I could set a bunch of the progressive items and force them to be in the Mana world. Particularly, like, progressive backpack. I could force that to be in the Mana world, so I don't get a bigger backpack until Kara sends it to me. Oh, that would be so mean. But that would work so well. It would serve as a really good way to, like, gatekeep Stardew Sea. Okay. Now we get to the interesting bits. You're, you didn't. It's there. Yeah, yeah. There's specific ocean bait. Oh no. Oh no! I didn't realize you didn't know that. Have you just been using versatile lure this entire time? Oh no, kits. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So, those are... Yes. So, the krill, ragworm, and plumpworm are the 3 sort of generic ocean fishing baits. Yes, that is correct. However, the intuition fish do occasionally require outside baits. Yes, that is correct. That's a little bit more reasonable for you not to know. But yes, the intuition fish will often require baits that are not the 3 defaults. You want specific other baits. And you can find, like, lists and stuff online if you look up ocean fishing. Thankfully, you don't need to be carrying, like, every bait in existence. But yeah, if you want intuition fish, you'll want to look up what some of the other baits are. Yeah. Yeah. Look, at least a lot of that is now solvable with the versatile lure dobby. Mostly. like sort of trying to catch all the fish. I'm like half-heartedly trying to catch all the fish. Eventually I'll probably go in on it like harder. But right now I have other things to be doing, so I'm just kind of half-heartedly. Wait, it's true. Yeah. Let me untangle. This is causing it. Okay, that's slightly better. Slightly. Dobby no, but also Dobby yes, but Dobby no. I really don't have a leg to stand on. I think they just wrapped up a free login campaign? Question mark? There should be another one fairly soon, though. They try to ramp them up around big patches. Get people to come back. There's one from January to February. Yeah, there probably should be another one soon-ish, would be my guess. But I don't usually pay attention. Don't know for sure. There is an imposter duck. One of the ducks is a chameleon, and when it bumps into another duck, it will take its form. There are also just multiple of each duck. So the way that Plastic Duck Simulator is set up is that it will drop in one of each duck, but then once all of the ducks are in the pool, it will start dropping doubles. And we are well over the duck threshold. There's a lot of ducks. So it's very likely that there's 2 or even 3 of the same duck floating around. Yeah, once one of every duck is in, it will just start randomly choosing. Oh, that's bad. Come here, yarn. Go. Over here. But yes, there is also a chameleon duck. All right. You. Come here. Close enough. Yay. Whenever. Well, after that, but yes. Very much, Kuma. Unless you specifically want to see it on stream. In which case I will get up in a few minutes for that. To defrost bacon, cook pasta, and make a thing. Excellent. I wish you luck in your cooking endeavors, kids. Come here. Down to 20 boards. Don't know how many are actually waiting on me. Fair. I'm also down to about 20 boards. Clearly I need to make more boards. Do these get so around each other? Who knows? There. Perfect. One board is waiting on me. You have more waiting on Kara. Right. It probably helps that I did my boards this. I wasn't thinking about it. So I went through them first thing when I woke up this. So any that are waiting on me are probably some of the 2-player ones. You need a list of cribbage and koi koi people you can just direct challenge. Me. Always me. I mean, what we should do is just start getting in the habit of when we finish one game, we just propose a rematch instead of like bothering to even do a re-challenge. Because I am always happy to have cribbage and koi koi going. And rummy. Sometimes it's fun to change up the rules. That's true. Rematching doesn't allow for that. That's a good point. But yes, I am always happy for cribbage and koi koi and rummy challenges till the end of time. Okay, there we go. The row of Digivice step. Smart. Are you guys gently bullying my wife? Ah, okay, so what I'm hearing is that she's bullying you. Got it. That's okay then. another whole row. Off here. Alright. It worked last time. Let's try this again. Move the camera up. Pick up blanket from the bottom. Rotate. 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 And flop. Okay. Yeah, that actually works better. Trying to maneuver it on my lap. Good to know. Flip. Vertically. Perfect. That did actually. Okay. Oh, this blanket is getting quite warm for me to work on the app. Which, you know, c'est la vie. BB Crafter's excited for tomorrow. I mean, nerve-sided. I am excited to put in my application, yes. Not excited for the following, like, what, 2 weeks where we hang in suspense? Yeah, I saw that post that she very heavily implied that they'll be opening tomorrow. I did see that. That was a very premium English sentence there, Kuma. I think I've probably told this story before, but I distinctly remember at least one year while I was a kid that my parents told me I swear I remember this. So I was probably like, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there. I was pretty young, but not like a baby. And I distinctly remember my parents telling me on Christmas Eve, like, okay, Christmas morning, please, like, you cannot get us up before 7 a.m. Like, you're not allowed. Cannot wake us up before 7 a.m. And I very distinctly remember being awake and sitting in the doorway of my parents' bedroom because they had one of those LED, like, radio alarm clocks. It had the giant, like, glowing LCD number displays that were like that big and like that bright, like turquoise, cyan, liquid crystal glow on like the head of their bed. And I distinctly remember sitting in the doorway of their bedroom watching the numbers tick over until it ticked over to 7:01, or it might have been 7 o'clock on the dot. I don't remember which, but I distinctly remember sitting there watching the alarm clock numbers until it hit the proper time so that I could run in and like jump on the bed and wake them up for Christmas and not get in trouble. SJ's parents dead tired. We did this to ourselves. Yeah, probably. Pretty much. I have seen the Tumblr post of Penny the Deals Warlock. I sent it to my sister, who has a 2-year-old, and my sister was like, oh no, this child is amazing. And, exciting news, I found out this week that my sister, who has the 2-year-old, is expecting her second baby. So in August, we will get another little nibbling. So that is very exciting. The 2-year-old is gonna be a big sister. That means I have another blanket to make. Which is also exciting in a different way. Okay. Yeah, pretty much kitsune. The sequence of thoughts is like, oh yes, a small, or, and then, oh yes, crafting, and then, oh no, another time critical project. Exactly. Do people wanting to have a kid need to book time with you in advance so that you don't have to make 5 blankets at the same time? No, I just make 5 blankets at the same time. Well, and also my current delivery is I typically I get the blanket to the kid by their first birthday, which is fine because my philosophy around the baby blankets that I make is that they're not infant blankets. I design my baby blankets and I make them because I want them to be toddler blankets. I want the kid to be able to like snuggle into it and carry it around and like be wrapped up in it as a toddler. So if it's not like delivered to them the moment they're born, I don't stress about it too much. My goal is typically by the first birthday to get the blanket to the kid, which so far I have pretty much managed to do. But yes, I currently have now 3 on the docket. I have my brother's daughter, my other niece on the other side. My brother's daughter was born in January, so her blanket is in progress. And then our friend, our FF14 friend, her baby is due next week. And that one is in progress. And now I'll have the one for my sister's kid. Toddler is a much cuter age for a blanket than a newborn swaddler. You have a 3-year-old who drags his blankies everywhere. Yes, exactly. Because that's the blankets that I had as a kid, right? Like that's the ones that I remember. Is I have a blanket that my auntie made for me that I carried everywhere with me when I was a toddler and like slept with when I was a little bit older. So that's the experience I want kids to have, is I want them to be able to like cuddle and remember and have the blanket rather than it be just like this tiny little thing that their parents bring them home from the hospital in and then put it in a trunk and forget it exists kind of thing. So yeah, I tend to make them a bit bigger. Typically if I'm doing a baby blanket, the back of it will be fleece because I want or flannel rather, because it is still machine washable, but the back is usually flannel so that it's snugglier and warmer. And then I don't have to I usually don't put a batting in it. It's usually just the front cotton panel and then the back flannel panel. And that makes it still nice and lightweight and easy to carry around while still being super soft and snuggly and kind of warm. So it works out really well. Don't remember much before age like 6 or 7. That's usually about right, I think, Dobby. My earliest memory, I think, I was discussing this with my sister, is I'm pretty sure I remember the night my sister was born. Or rather, I remember the commotion around my mom and dad leaving for the hospital and our family friend coming to stay with me. And I remember I was, of course, too excited to sleep, and so she let me curl up on the couch beside her, and I fell asleep on the couch. And that would have been when I was 5. And I think that's about the earliest memory that I have. Yeah, I think 5, 6, 7 is typically when most when you're able to like start consistently remembering things, or able to consistently start forming memories, I suppose, permanent ones. Yeah, my niece Lucy's blanket is machine sewing, and it's a pattern called a Dresden plate. And that one, once I actually like sit down and get working on it, will be pretty quick because it is all machine. The one for my friend's kid is mostly hand stitching, so I need to keep working on that one. I've made some fairly good progress on it. I just need to keep at it. And then the one for my sister's new baby, figure that out. Haven't even thought about it yet. Oh, Dobby! That's both hilarious and adorable. Aw. But yeah, I remember being woken up by commotion and walking out into the living room of the house we were living in at the time. And I remember my parents were already gone, but Miss Cindy was there. And I remember being like, you know, Miss Cindy, what's going on? And I remember her telling me, your mama's gonna have the baby. Or like, you know, they've gone because your mama's gonna have the baby. Attention to what I am. Ooh. From when you were 2. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, not that we might not have memories of time earlier. It's just much less reliable. Because I have memories where I don't know if they're like proper memories or if it's stuff that I think I remember because I've heard the story so often. Actually, I have to ask my mother. I might have one from when I was younger. Because and again, this is one where I'm not entirely certain if it's my own memory or if it's just because my parents have told me this often enough. But um one of my great grandmothers died when I was I think 2 or so, maybe a little bit younger. And the last couple years of her life, she lived in an assisted living facility. So, like, she had her own little, like, essentially a tiny apartment. But it was in, like, a seniors facility, and there were nurses that came in to check up on her. But it wasn't, like, a fully care facility, you know what I mean? And so we used to go visit her, and I very distinctly remember she had this little basket of shells from when, she used to vacation wherever. But I remember it was there was like a conch shell, there were a couple little scallop shells, and there was one of those, like, it was really big and it was really smooth. It looked like, I don't know how to describe it. It was one of those where it was like smooth on the back and then it came in and had like teeth. Like, it looked like a cowrie shell, but it was giant. Like, it was, well, granted I was 2, so it probably wasn't as big as I was imagining it to be. But it was big, like it wasn't a tiny little cowrie shell. But I used to sit on the floor and play with the shells while mom and dad visited with great grandma. And I have very distinct memories of those shells. But again, I don't know if it's like proper memories or if mom and dad have just told me that I used to play with the shells often enough that I think I remember them. But yeah, that would have been when I was probably less than 2, because I was not very old when she passed away. Aw, Kuma, that's adorable. Mommy, I hit a home run. That's so cute. Hang on. 2. Darn. Dropping this one. Ah, you hit a home run. The same thing. Frog found. Excellent. Good. I also still have my teddy bear from when I was tiny. To the extent this teddy bear has teething marks on his nose. Because he's a soft teddy bear, but he's got like a hard plastic nose. And originally, I'm sure the hard plastic nose had like that velvet covering over it. Well, the velvet has long worn off, and there are indeed tiny tooth marks on the nose. And his name is Bear because I've had him since before I knew what names were. And I'm sure that, you know, my parents being helpful when I was learning to talk would be like, yeah, that's a bear. And I just always like, he's Bear. He doesn't have another name. He's Bear. But yeah, I have kept him. He is sitting on a place of pride on my shelf. His head is extremely floppy because when I carried him around, I would carry him around, you know, in a chokehold with like his neck through my elbow. So his neck over time just became extremely floppy. My mom was really freaking smart because as soon as she realized like how hard I had latched onto this one teddy bear, he always had clothes on. He's the right size that she bought preemie sized baby onesies, and Bear was always wearing like a onesie or like a baby shirt or something to help protect him. And I still credit that's probably why he's lasted so long and is in such good shape as he is. Because my mom was smart enough to be like, okay, this kid is gonna drag this bear everywhere. Let's try to at least somewhat protect him. And put him in a shirt. Several shirts. He had a whole wardrobe. Nope. Did Bear get matching clothes to me? Yes, sometimes. I distinctly remember I had a couple sets of pajamas where I think the small nightgown was supposed to be for like a baby doll, but I always just put it on Bear. So yes, there were a couple, I think 2 or 3 that I remember distinctly where I got a nightgown and then Bear got like a matching nightgown. None that people made for me, but ones that we like bought. Because I guess there was like a trend for a while of like, you know, buy this nightgown and you get one for your doll. I don't know if that's still a thing anymore, but I remember it being really cool. Or at least, 5-year-old me thought it was really cool. Darn it. Keep carrying this. That's fine. Don't need to drop that one yet. No spoons for the cooking thing and order something. Yes. If you need to eat, this goes for everybody, not just Dobby. If you need to eat a thing, please arrange for yourself to eat a thing. Whether that is cooking or ordering, or just, finding a bowl of cereal, whatever works. Also, Kara, reminder to flip laundry. Or put laundry in. I thought I heard you put it in, but it probably is ready to be flipped. We go. Excellent. Okay. Now, just vibe into the end of the row. Need to do kids' laundry. Yup. Sunday is laundry day here. Be eating probably once I finish upstream. We have so much ham. So I do kind of want onigiri. I'll do that instead. There's so much ham.
Brought you a grumpy little visitor.
Oh, no. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Are you grumpy? You grumpy. Settle down. I know. Kara brought you here, which we're not happy about. Goodbye. Back. Come on. Doesn't like it when people bring her places. She wants things to be her choice. She might make her way back to us. Going to stuff her face with kibble. She may decide she wants to come back when she's had her fill.
I'm back.
No. You lose her under the bed. song and dance again. Alright, up you get blanket. Flip. Flip. Hooray. For anyone wondering who isn't as familiar with how crochet works, the safety pin through the loop is just to keep it from pulling out again while I'm moving the blanket around. And using a safety pin just means I don't have to try to keep one hand on my hook, because I can just close off the loop and lock it. And then I don't have to worry about any of my stitches pulling while I'm manhandling this giant blanket around. Oh, right. Camera. You. out of Easter chocolate. Oh no. Well, time to acquire non-Easter chocolate? Also, I am glad you have ordered food, dog. Good to hear. Around what percentage complete is blanket? About halfway. I am about halfway done. And the Digivice is by far the most complicated part. So once I get done with the Digivice, the last like third of it is going to be much easier and go much quicker. So yeah, I am actually in quite good shape. I'm not really worried. As long as I can kind of keep on top of it and keep working on it, I'm not worried about getting it done in time at the moment. Overall completion versus complexity progression. Probably about half on both, honestly. Maybe a little bit over halfway done on the Digivice. But in terms of like raw number of rows, I think I'm also about halfway done. Excuse me. Goodness, it is already actually 2 o'clock. Is surprising. Um, but I am gonna go ahead and call it because I do need to go eat, and then I have a bunch of baking I need to do. Um, yes, and there is Fishboat. Enjoy boat kits. I probably will not make it because I need to go eat and then bake. Um, but yeah, I hope everybody has a good rest of your day. Enjoy your Sunday. Rest if you can. Um, Hopefully, at some point this week, I will be able to find the energy to do some gaming stream. But otherwise, I should be back next weekend. And also, I believe the plan is currently to play D&D next weekend, the makeup session. So hopefully, fingers crossed, there will be a D&D recap next Sunday that may or may not involve a dragon. So you probably don't want to miss it, regardless. But yeah, hopefully that'll all get itself sorted out fine. But until then, everybody stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Um, keep keep on doing the best you can. And I will talk to you all in the future. So, bye. This gently. There we go. Burb Clock's batteries died quite a while ago. Burb Clock began sounding very ill, and then even after I changed the batteries, it did not sound better. And that Burb Clock is probably 20 years old. So, poor thing is now in the closet because I don't think it is alive any longer. But yeah,